Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, and with the President is world champion golfer, Mr. Tiger Woods.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Wow. This is some crowd. How are you? Thank you. Leo. This is some crowd. These are the best people, Tiger. And we have Adam Scott here also, winner of the Masters, one of the greatest golfers in the world. I've always tried to swing just like Adam. It never worked out that way. And Tiger, we know, and I just want to thank Adam and Tiger and the Commissioner of Golf. Is Jay, thank you very much for being here. Jay Monahan, head of the PGA, and we had some interesting discussions. But let me ask you, is there anybody like our Tiger? How are you? He's a great. Would you want to just say a couple of words, Tiger? He doesn't. He's much more comfortable. Tiger.
It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be here with you, Mr. President, and to be on the road here with all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Love you too.
Go right over here. Thanks, Tiger. And I want to thank all of you very much for being here. Welcome to the White House, and we proudly celebrate Black History Month. How are you, darling? Today we pay tribute to the generations of black legends, champions, warriors, and patriots who helped drive our country forward to greatness. And you really are great people. What a great, nice group of... I have some people in front of me every once in a while with all the problems that are caused all over the world. They're not nice. They're not nice. And but we're making them nice, I can tell you that, and we're making them nice rapidly. So we're pleased to be joined in this really beautiful afternoon at the White House by hundreds of incredible members of the African American community, many of whom are making history themselves, including one of the greatest athletes of all time, who you just said hello, the man who matched Sam Snead's #1 record for the most PGA Tour wins ever, and a man who has 15 majors, and he's got a long way to go, too. I was with him a week ago. We played. Adam, I think he's got some left, doesn't he, huh? He's got a couple of majors left, maybe more than that. But Tiger Woods, he's an incredible guy, an incredible athlete, incredible player. Thank you for being with us, Tiger. Thank you very much. And he got the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which he proudly wore today. And we have Senator Tim Scott here. What do you think, Tim? You never got the Presidential Medal. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. You better believe it. And also, Adam, thank you very much. Adam is, as Tiger will tell you, one of the greatest players and one of the great modern players. And he had 32 wins worldwide and winning the Masters also. And he's something very special and a great representative of golfers and athletes. Thank you very much, Adam. Even though he doesn't quite come from our country, he sort of does, right? He's here a lot. He comes from another nice place like Australia, right? And they've been very good, very, very good to us. Jay, thank you very much. Appreciate it very much. We also have the head of Pfizer here, so I want to thank him. One of the great people, one of the great businessmen. Thank you, Albert. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to congratulate our newly sworn-in Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Scott Turner. Come in. I got to say hello. Come on up here, Scott. I had Tim Scott pushing him so hard, you have no idea. I had no choice. Is that right, Tim? No, Scott is, I've known him a long time, and Scott's a real champion. Say a couple of words, Scott, please.
Well, hello, everyone. Is everybody happy to be here together? Is everybody happy to be here together? Amen. Well, first of all, I want to thank President Trump for his confidence and appointing me to this position. I consider it a great honor and a great blessing. And I thank God for this, and I'm real humbled by it. And you can guarantee that every day that I'm going to lay it down for the people of America. As Senator Tim Scott, thank you for your leadership. I really appreciate you. And for all of those who have gone before us, and those of you who have such a great voice today, keep on speaking, keep on preaching for not just Black America, but for all America. So we appreciate you. And my sister Brooke Rollins and all of those here, Mr. President, we look forward to working with you, sir, and carrying out this great agenda. We pray for you every day. God bless you, and thank you. God bless America, and thank you for President Trump.
Thanks, And I see we have a newly, I think you just got in, right? They just confirmed you, and you did it very nicely. Brooke Rollins, she's the Secretary of Agriculture. It's a big deal. That's great, Brooke. That was a good vote you had, too, huh? She went through very easily, a little easier than some of our people, but they were all approved, every one of them. And today we just had Kash Patel approved, which is great. So, Brooke, congratulations. Secretary of Agriculture, that's big stuff, right? That's big. So you're going to do fantastically. And congratulations also to a really good friend of mine. He endorsed me early, and he was one of the best surrogates you could have. The surrogate is when you walk around and go on television shows, and they go try and beat you up, but he beat them up. They didn't have a chance against Tim Scott, Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina. And he's now the longest-serving Black United States Senator in the history of our country. I don't know. That's pretty good. He's going to be around for a long time, right? He just got married. Congratulations on that, too. Beautiful, beautiful wife. Thanks as well to Congressman John James. Where's John James? Is he here? Hi, John. How are you? It's a star, young star. I knew that 5 years ago, right, John? I sort of predicted it. And I'm really proud to say that we now have more Black Republicans serving in the U.S. House than at any time since 1870. That's a long time, 1870. So thank you very much. And Scott, you're going to be fantastic. I'll tell you, you're going to do a great job. As you know, the Americans are going to be celebrating something very important coming up, our 250th anniversary, our nation's founding. And when we do, we're going to look forward to honoring the contributions of countless Black Americans who fought to win and protect and expand American freedom from the very, very beginning. And some of my good friends are here today, and I appreciate you being. I'm not going to call out your names because Tiger will get very bored. He'll say, this is a little boring. This is a little boring if we do that. But I want to thank you all for being here. You are our friends, and we appreciate this. And you, McGee, you are my friend. The last administration tried to reduce all of American history to a single year, 1619, but under our administration, we honor the indispensable role Black Americans have always played in the immortal cause of another date, 1776. We like 1776. In the very first skirmish of the Revolutionary War at Lexington Green, an enslaved Black man named Prince Estabrook, you know Prince Estabrook? Yeah. Answered history's call and fought as the Minutemen alongside the other patriots of the very small Massachusetts town. Couldn't protect itself, but they did a good job. Prince was wounded in the early morning battle, becoming not only the first African-American soldier to fight in the Revolution, but among the very first Americans to spill their blood. One of the first in the nation to spill blood in that very, very tough time. Soon Estabrook joined the Continental Army and ultimately won his own freedom along with that of his fellow Americans. His legacy will endure, and we're very proud to honor him today. It's a very important day in our country, and we honor him. First person to spill blood happened to be Tim Estabrook. Today I'm pleased to announce that we will be including the statue of Prince Estabrook in our new National Garden of American Heroes. We're going to be doing a garden of American heroes. And now that I think of it, I must tell you, sadly, most of them, I guess all of them are not with us any longer. I was going to put Tiger in the garden, but maybe you don't want to be there. I maybe should wait a little bit, huh? Like about 50, I think I'm going to wait about 50 years, all right? But Tiger's going to make it, okay? But I'm a little afraid to tell him yes, because he'd be the only one that's living. I don't know, Tiger. Tiger's rejecting that offer, right? Under the executive order I signed last month, this new beautiful outdoor statue park. It's going to be a statue park. It's going to be unbelievable. We're picking the final sites now. It's between various states that want it very badly. We'll honor hundreds of our greatest Americans to ever live, including countless Black Americans, icons. The garden will predominantly feature incredible women like Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks, Billie Holiday, Aretha Franklin, and Coretta Scott King. And I will showcase it will be something very extraordinary. It's going to be producing, we're going to produce some of the most beautiful works of art in the form of a statue from men like Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, Jackie Robinson, what a great athlete that was, Martin Luther King Jr., Muhammad Ali, he's not a bad athlete. What do you think, Muhammad? Not too bad. And the late Kobe Bryant. People love Kobe Bryant. And we're going to save Tiger Woods for another time. That's all that I can. I'm sorry. During Black History Month, we pay tribute to these heroes and to so many others, but not simply because they're Black heroes, but also because they are truly American heroes who inspire all of us, very much so. The theme of this year's celebration is African Americans and labor. And we want to thank all of the Black workers, construction workers, and every other worker. They do a job like nobody can do, and we want to just thank them very much for their contribution. Tim, the contribution you've made, Tim, is incredible. Opportunity Zone, so many people, he's the father of Opportunity Zone. I'm just the son, he's the father, because he came into the White House, the Oval Office, with this idea. And it's probably the #1 economic development project ever in our country. And I want to give Senator Tim Scott the credit for it. Good job, Tim. Of course, millions of Blacks were first brought here in slavery, and they were kept in that evil condition for really generations. But because of the steadfast faith and courage of so many patriots of all colors, we abolished that horrific institution, expanded civil rights, and advanced America's destiny as one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. Just a few months ago, the people in this room and millions of other Black Americans played their own part in the American story when you went to the voting booths and restored a nice, good, solid government. And there's a guy that really helped. There's a man that really helped. You really are great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't forget. I'm proud to say that we received, listen to this, more votes from Black Americans than any Republican president ever. Not even close. Almost 40% of the vote. Now, I won't be happy the next time. Should I run again? You tell me. There's your controversy right there. There's your controversy. Thank you. You'll be seeing that on you're going to see that tonight, Tim, on television. I want to thank just a few of the people who are with us today, and these are great friends of ours. Alveda King. Alveda, where are you, Alveda? Hi, Alveda. Thank you. You've been with me from day one, and I appreciate it. I won't forget it. She's a fantastic woman. Alice Johnson. Where's Alice? Boy, are you incredible. I watched you on last night on television. You were so good. You know, Alice was in prison for doing something that today probably wouldn't even be prosecuted. She spent 22 years in prison, 22 years. She had another 22 years left. Can you believe it? and I pardoned her, and it was one of the best pardons. One of the best pardons. You know what she was on? She happened to be on the wrong telephone line. Is that true? She was on a telephone call, and I'm not saying it was perfect, but it wasn't worth 40 or 50 years, Alice. And you've been an inspiration to people. And we're going to be listening to your recommendation on pardons. You're going to go over, and she's going to be my pardon czar, okay? And you're going to find people just like you that should not have happened. It should not have happened. So you're going to look and you're going to make recommendations, and I'll follow those recommendations, okay, for pardons, all right? Thank you very much. A man who's just incredible. This guy, I watched him when he was a Democrat, and then one day he had to change because he couldn't take it any longer. And did anyone ever hear of a man named Leo 2.0 Terrell? Where are you? Get up here. I love this guy. You know what he's doing now? He's with the Department of Justice. He's in charge of civil rights and lots of other great things. He's going to be working with Pam. It's okay. Could he come up, please? Come on, Leo. Get up here. Leo 2.0. This guy is great. Hello, man.
You are the greatest.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to say, we are in the presence of the greatest president of all time. He is the greatest president in our lifetime. And I'll tell you right now, the Democratic Party should be worried because they took us for granted. No longer. We vote in our best interest. We want the same thing that every American wants. Good job. We want a secure border. We want to pay lower taxes, and Mr. President Donald Trump is doing that. Thank you, Mr. President.
He's a great guy. No, I watched him. He was a radical Democrat. He became a radical Republican, right? He's great. He's in the Department of Justice. Think of it, doing very important work at highest level. Also, Sage Steele. Sage, where are you? Hello, Sage. Great job you do. You're doing great. Thank you very much, Sage, for being here. Michael, Harry O. Harris. Michael. Hi, Michael. Thank you very much, Michael. Deontay Johnson. Deontay. Thank you, Deontay. Lynn Patton, she's worked for me for a long time. Lynn, she's worked for us for a long time. Bob Woodson, where's Bob? And we're also joined by 7-time Mr. Olympia. I want to see this guy. Phil Heath, where's Phil? Phil Heath, I don't want to compare my muscles. Here he is. Thank you, Phil, very much. I appreciate it. Will you come up here for a second? Come on, get up. I got to say, come on, you. From day one, right? From day one, he's been here. Get up, you got to say just a word. Don't fall. If you fall, it's all over. Tiger, you're not allowed to fall. You know, you can make a great speech, but if you fall going up, that's no good. Come on. You are great.
Are you kidding me? Mr. President, it has been an honor of a lifetime to support you, to try to wake up as many people to the lies of the Democrat Party and the nonstop manipulation of the mainstream media. That's why I now have my show on Newsmax, so I can champion you. And I'm thankful that we've been able to champion him and get him across the finish line for another amazing 4 years. And let me say, I know God has chose you. He anointed you for this position. He kept you alive so you could be here today. And we prayed for that. We pray for you. We continue to pray for you. And we're thankful for your service and your sacrifice. Mr. President Donald J. Trump, honor. God bless you. Thank you.
From day one. I like those guys from day one. Tiger's been there from day one, too. Let me tell you, this guy is amazing. In 4 weeks, our new administration has achieved more than most administrations achieve in 4 years. We brought our country back. It's 4 weeks. Today is our 4th week. It's the end of the week. We are now starting our 5th, and I think we've done more in 4 weeks. Well, certainly than the last administration did in 4 years. They actually went negative they actually went in the wrong direction. Together, we're going to be fighting long and hard for Black Americans and all Americans. We're going to be fighting for all Americans. We've secured our border, and we're stopping the invasion of our country. You know, our border right now is more secure than it's ever been. And we had the record. 4 years ago, we had the record. We had the lowest number in history, and now the numbers, Tim, are even lower than they were then. And we're honored. We're allowing people to come in from all over the world, from prisons and jails, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members. They had drug dealers. They had everybody dropping in. And we had this ridiculous open border policy. They drop in. And I'll tell you, the people that were affected the most were Black people. You were affected the most in terms of the crime, in terms of the drugs and everything else. And we have the border shut down. We allow people to come in. We want people to come in, Tim, but we want them to come in legally. They're going to come through legally. So we're protecting American workers, including millions of Black workers, and we have a thing called reciprocal tariffs. If they charge us, we charge them. This is opening up. We just signed the bill, and we're going to take in billions and billions of dollars, and we're making our country very healthy again and very rich again. We want to be very rich again. We've been taken advantage by everybody, and you've been watching Doge, where we found billions, tens of billions of dollars of fraud and waste and abuse, and that's just the beginning. And Elon Musk has done an amazing job, I have to tell you. Him and his super geniuses, you know, these are seriously high IQ people, and nobody's going to talk them out of anything. They go in and they're finding billions. I mean, literally tens of billions of dollars that we just started, and I think that's going to have a big, big impact, Brooke, right? So we want to just really say, and I have to say to you, I look at this turnout, I look at the love in the room. This is just love in the room. And I remember the first time I did this, my first administration, one of my first meetings, there wasn't this large a crowd, Tiger. We had about 5 people in the front. We had maybe five Black people right in the front, right about there. I said, is anybody else coming? Is this it? Are we open? I don't even think Tim Scott, I know Turner wasn't there. I don't think Tim Scott was there either. I'm not sure. But that's all changed. And we got the highest vote. And one of the big reasons I'm president today is because of the Black vote. And and I always appreciate it. So this is a very special time. It's Black History Month. We love you all. We're going to work with you. We're going to make America greater than ever before. We're going to do it together. And I want to thank you all for being here. It's an incredible honor. And to my great golfing friends, I want to thank them in particular because they really are. They make a lot of money. They don't have to be up here with me. Tiger doesn't have to be here. Adam doesn't have to. They don't need this. But they love you and they love our country. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
That's the truth. $880 billion in Medicaid cuts and $230 billion in SNAP cuts will mean more kids go hungry, more seniors can't afford life-saving treatment, and more households are forced into poverty. The budget resolution's cost-raising trifecta ends with higher education costs. Instead of making college more affordable and offering young Americans more pathways to prosperity, this Republican budget will increase the cost of student loans and cut other programs that help Americans offset the cost of education. Education cuts come at perhaps the worst time. Most jobs that provide living wages require some post-secondary education or training. A college education, which has long been a ticket to the middle class, is now too expensive for too many families. Meanwhile, the main source of government higher education aid for low and moderate income families, the Pell Grant, has lost most of its purchasing power. At its peak in 1975 and 1976, the Pell Grant, named after my predecessor, Senator Claiborne Pell, covered more than 75% of the cost of attendance at a public four-year college. Today, it covers less than 30%. Unsurprisingly, over 40 million Americans now have student loan debt, which prevents them in many cases from purchasing a home, moving to areas where they might be able to use their talents more effectively, and many other consequences. Forcing Americans to pay even more for college makes education less attainable, weakens our labor force, and will have long-term repercussions for American families, American prosperity, and American security. Now, many Americans may be wondering, what's the point of all these cuts? It's not about reforming programs. There has been no serious cost-benefit analysis of any of these programs. All they've looked at is, what does it cost, and how can we use that money to fund taxes? That's not government reform. That's not wise government. That's just ripping off most Americans to satisfy 785 billionaires. And it's not even about reducing the deficit. As I said, it's just unlocking a fast-track way to reward the wealthiest Americans, some of whom are now in the Trump administration. Republicans have been pretty clear. The central purpose of their budget is to permanently extend the failed 2017 Trump tax bill, which was an unpopular giveaway to the wealthiest Americans. Nearly half of the benefits from extending the Trump tax bill will flow just to the richest Americans, those earning $450,000 or more each year. President Trump promised on the campaign trail that, quote, starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. But we're now on day 32, and costs have not come down. In fact, inflation hit 3% for the first time in months this January, and the president took no action while egg prices hit record highs, a particular point of pain for many families. And just like this budget resolution, the president has been intent on forcing families to pay more, not less, for everyday goods. In just 1 month, the president has implemented or threatened tariff taxes on nearly every item imaginable. Nonpartisan experts are clear. These tariff taxes will not make America affordable again. The Peterson Institute projects the tariff taxes on Canada, Mexico, and China alone would cost U.S. households $1,200 a year, a tariff tax. Yale researchers have found the president's threat to place reciprocal tariffs on our trading partners would cost families $2,600 a year. Analysts at the investment bank Jefferies project car prices will jump by $2,700 under the president's Canada and Mexico tariffs, while the National Association of Home Builders found President Trump's lumber tariffs during his first term, which he promised to raise again in his first term, raised housing prices by $9,000. And he wants to do it again. We've also heard a lot about Mr. Musk's Doge and fraud, waste, and abuse, but that operation doesn't seem to be about preventing fraud, waste, and abuse, or lowering costs. By the way, if you were really interested in eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government, why would you fire all the inspector generals? They are independent agents who are charged specifically to root out waste and corruption in the federal government. President Trump did that. So this is not about getting rid of waste or anything else. Again, find me trillions of dollars to give away to rich Americans. And in fact, the other aspect of this goal is just to create mayhem and to impact so much of government. Firing responsible staffers who are handling key issues, weapons, nuclear weapons. I was in the airport on Monday evening flying down from Providence, and a young lady came up to me and said she was fired a few days ago from the National Nuclear Administration because she was a probationary hire. But guess what? When they discovered that they could not protect nuclear weapons, not do sensitive maintenance on them so that they would be ready for deterrence, she was suddenly called back. Not very smart. We're trying to fire researchers who are out to cure Alzheimer's disease. We're trying to get rid of experts who fight bird flu and seeking access to computer systems at the IRS and the Social Security Administration, which contain personal and financial information for each and every single American. I don't think most Americans want Elon Musk to know all of their financial information, their personal information, maybe even healthcare information. But that could happen. It's not combating fraud, all these things. In fact, it's closer, particularly with the IRS information, to committing fraud. Indeed, the budget resolution we will vote on tonight is just further evidence that Republicans and President Trump have no plan and no real interest in lowering costs for families. And I think that's wrong. Now, I'm all for tax cuts, but it should be tax cuts for the middle class, tax cuts for those struggling with higher prices, and tax cuts for small business, not 750 billionaires. Forcing regular Americans to cover tax cuts for the richest Americans is not the sort of economic policy we should be pursuing in the Senate, and I urge my colleagues to rethink which Americans deserve their support. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The chair recognizes the senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Starting last week, the Trump administration began firing hundreds of Federal Aviation Administration employees. Today, we had a hearing in the Commerce Committee to talk about what kind of a key lawyer we need at the FAA, and we asked questions about this. But what's perplexing is while the American people were watching in horror as a Delta Airlines plane flipped over on the Toronto runway, President Trump was focused instead on purging dedicated FAA employees from the federal workforce, something that I believe makes us less safe in the skies. Among those fired were aeronautical information specialists, legal instrument examiners, telecommunications specialists, all of whom played a key role in supporting the work of air traffic controllers. In fact, there was a story today in Politico. The headline is, "Air traffic controllers cannot do their work without us." That is a quote from the article. And inside the article, a statement reading from the article, "One of the people last week let go was an aeronautical information specialist, a member of a team outside Washington whose job it was to create maps and highways in the sky, the pre-planned routes that pilots control and controllers use to guide airplanes." So it's very perplexing that we've had these accidents, and now we have an administration that wants to cut people at the FAA. This headline here refers to the fact that the last Trump administration actually blocked safety rules. And that is what today's Commerce hearing was about for a number 2 person at the Department of Transportation, the people that served in the first Trump administration, and why did they block these safety rules? In fact, some of these safety rules, which would have required manufacturers to have better safety, were written and proposed by the FAA, but when the Trump administration came in, and then 9 days after the first MAX crash, somehow the rule that was set to move forward was pulled. So now we're seeing an administration that is being, in my mind, thoughtless to the incidents that we have now seen in aviation and saying it's okay to cut people at the FAA. I disagree. The administration has said that it's no big deal because it's 1% of the workforce. Now, I know the objective is to give a $4 trillion tax break to corporations and ultra-wealthy people, but I don't understand how making the skies less safe helps you in that agenda. It doesn't. The individual lives and safety of the American people are worth way more. These people that got fired are not just a bunch of junior hires. No. One news report stated that more than 130 of those eliminated held jobs that directly or indirectly support the air traffic controllers. They support the facilities and the technologies they use to keep the planes and their passengers safe, end quote. So you're going to tell me that a telecommunications specialist who supports the maintenance of key communication technology used by controllers is not important to aviation safety? What have we not seen in these incidents that have just occurred here in DCA and in other places? Are you going to tell me that the legal instrument examiners who ensure that the pilots are medically fit to fly are not important to aviation safety? Are you going to tell me that the air traffic controllers, the same workers that originally were exempted from the administration's hiring freeze, but then after the fatal collision at DCA put a spotlight on the issue, they literally came to a different answer? Most astonishing of all, though, is that the administration has let go of aeronautical information specialists who evaluate and prepare navigational charts and helicopter routes used by both controllers and pilots. Now, we just had this air collision in the DCA area, and what was it about? A route that didn't seem to be a decision somebody had made to let these planes fly too close together? Made no sense. How did that route get approved? Who at the FAA said it was a good idea to allow the Department of Defense to fly in the same airspace as a plane landing on runway 33 at DCA Airport? So mapping helicopter routes in a busy airspace, I think, is critically important, and not somebody who should have been fired this week from a job. Our aviation system is not a place where you can shortchange workers. This rule proves it. This rule, which would have mandated that manufacturers of aviation implement a safety management system constantly approving on analytical basis critical information about how to maintain safety. But it never got implemented. So I am concerned that an administration that in the previous Trump years thwarted the safety rule and now is firing people at the FAA after these crashes are going to continue to erode the aviation safety net. Surprisingly, after the helicopter crash with the CRJ from American Airlines, there was a lot of discussion about how and why a military helicopter would be in the same space as a CRJ regional jet trying to land in DCA from Kansas City. One of the questions asked was, why was there not this next generation technology that would allow the plane to be detected, and allow the helicopter to be detected? This included a DoD helicopter in the DCA collision incident. The issue is that the controllers needed this information, but an exemption 2 done in the Trump administration gave them an exemption to this. And this week we find out in a letter that they never, ever used ADS-B as a way to help us in our navigation safety. Air traffic controllers themselves know that these firings are anti-safety. Ken Greenwood, a constituent of mine in Washington State, who is a former air traffic controller, wrote me on Sunday about how important these workers are. According to him, he said, quote, "These technicians and engineers maintain every piece of equipment that keeps our flying public safe, keeps radars and instrument landing to air traffic controllers on automation, and the FAA technicians undergo years of specialized training to maintain critical missions and systems and cannot be replaced quickly. In the 35 years since I began my controller career, we have never had a surplus of technicians or engineers. To the contrary, it's a challenge to keep them in these jobs. Once our aviation system infrastructure is compromised, it takes decades to take it back, and money will not be saved, and lives may be lost." End quote. I thank Mr. Greenwood for his service. I hope the administration is listening. I hope that you figure out now is not the time to shortchange aviation. Unfortunately, right now we don't even have a confirmed FAA administrator. They're critical to this job. We had a strong administrator, Mike Whitaker, who was confirmed 98-0 by this body. But that didn't matter to Elon Musk, who went after Administrator Whitaker because he dared to fine SpaceX for not following the rules. And as a result, the FAA now does not have an administrator at one of its most critical points in decades. All the firing of employees and dangling resignations and trying to get people to resign to save money, to give a tax break, and $4 trillion to corporations and the ultra-wealthy is not what we should be doing. We should be working hard on aviation safety. We should not be rolling back safety rules. We should be enforcing safety rules and implementing them as fast as we can that says this body knows that aviation safety is a priority. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I returned from Ukraine earlier this week, where I saw both the suffering that the Ukrainian people have endured over the past 3 years at Putin's hand, and the courage they have forged to save their country and their children. The suburban town of Bucha, where Russian troops tortured and massacred hundreds of civilians in the first day of Putin's unprovoked invasion. The shattered children's hospital Putin's missiles nearly destroyed. Apartment buildings in central Kyiv, struck by Putin's drones, and lawyers searching for the thousands of Ukrainian children who have been kidnapped from their parents by Russian soldiers. By most estimates, at least 40,000 Ukrainian troops have been killed in battle, and another 380,000 have been wounded since Putin's invasion. A draft of the general population in that country means that war has scarred nearly every neighborhood in this massive country. In cemeteries all across Ukraine, fresh graves piled with dirt and flowers testify to their sacrifice. At least 12,000 civilians have been killed. Amid this torment, the Ukrainian people continue to send troops to the front in the dead of winter and to mobilize to keep their businesses and their homes and their kids in school. They did not ask for Putin's thuggish invasion. And from the very beginning, our intelligence agencies have told us something that Putin never has understood, that the Ukrainian people will never submit to him, that if every weapon were denied them, they would fight with sticks and stones and their bare hands to protect their country from any invading tyrant, but especially from Vladimir Putin of Russia. Fortunately for Ukraine and for the rest of the free world, they have not had to fight this invasion with their bare hands. The American people have steadfastly supported them. We have sent $66 billion in military aid and $51 billion in non-military aid. That's a lot of money, Mr. President, but it represents just 0.52% of our GDP. Unlike the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, not a single American soldier has been sent to fight. Our European allies have stepped up as well. Together, they've actually committed more than the United States. But their sums represent a much larger percentage of their economy, which makes sense because they are closer to the danger that Russia poses. And at the same time, even farther allies like Australia and Japan continue to support Ukraine as well. Our allies and our partners know the stakes of this war. They know that supporting Ukraine means standing with people that are willing to fight for the country that they love. They know that rolling over to Putin will embolden other dictators around the world, especially Xi Jinping of China. The rest of us may not need this reminder, Mr. President, but the people sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue apparently do, since they seem to be the only ones in the free world who do not understand the stakes of this war. Over the last few days, President Trump has chosen the side of tyranny, of Putin, of Xi, and profoundly undermined our national security. Like someone reading Russian Twitter bots, he deliberately and falsely accused Ukraine of starting the war. He called Zelensky, the freedom fighter who's leading the fight in Ukraine, a dictator. Mr. President, he invited Russia to rejoin the G7, a group of the world's most powerful democracies that has met regularly since the 1970s and which threw out Russia after Putin invaded Ukraine in 2014. Before negotiations have even started, Mr. President, President Trump's Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, took Ukraine's potential NATO membership off the table. And just this week, the Trump administration held talks with Russia in Saudi Arabia without the decency of even inviting Ukraine to the table. It pains me to say it, but our old colleague, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, even suggested that the United States should lift sanctions on and bolster economic collaboration with Russia while Russia shells civilians in Ukraine. Some of our Republican colleagues believe it doesn't matter what President Trump says, only what he does. That it doesn't matter when he says that he's going to send American troops to Gaza, or seize the Panama Canal, or falsely accuse Ukraine of starting this war. But a president's words matter more than most, and President Trump's harmful words and policies will only embolden Putin. They will further convince Putin that he is winning, that time is on his side, and that he has no reason to accept a peace deal that is anything less than overwhelmingly favorable to his maximalist desires. In literally every one of his comments on Ukraine, President Trump has undermined our national security. Every time he opens his mouth, he weakens our bargaining position and makes the world more dangerous. We all want this war to end. On that, the President and I agree. But for the sake of Ukraine and the sake of the free world, it must only end with a just and enduring peace. While the United States and our allies and Ukraine work together to establish the terms of the peace and to get ready to negotiate with Putin, the Ukrainians are going to have to keep fighting throughout this winter season, this freezing winter, where the civilian population is just doing everything they can to keep their houses and their businesses and their schools warm and livable. The Ukrainian soldiers are not asking to be relieved of this terrible burden. They are embracing it because they know that any ceasefire without meaningful security guarantees will allow Putin to rebuild his weakened army and attack again and again and again. And obviously, everyone in this chamber knows that any meaningful negotiation has to include Ukraine. Doing anything else, as the Trump administration just did in Saudi Arabia, would be an insult to the memory of every soldier who's laid down their life in this war. I cannot claim, Mr. President, to know Donald Trump well. It is obvious that I deeply regret his election. But I don't blame him for winning the election. He beat my party, the Democratic Party, badly in 2 elections. He even found a way to get elected after he was the first president in American history to take away a fundamental civil right from the American people, a woman's right to choose, and still got elected again. That is extraordinary. And it is a testament, I'm sorry to say, to the Democratic Party's weaknesses and to his own skills and talents. Particularly in this era, I don't doubt that his experience as a reality TV star taught him things that helped him get elected. I am much less certain, however, that his checkered commercial real estate background prepared him to negotiate a hotel deal with Vladimir Putin, much less a deal that concerns the fate of the free world. Donald Trump is not the only person, Mr. President, with private sector experience in our government. I can tell you from my experience working in Denver, when someone is having a negotiation who has deal fever, you can see it, you can smell it when they are so desperate for a deal on any terms. The people that I negotiated with in Denver had a lot more discipline than that. We told each other that we would never agree to any deal that hadn't cratered at least 3 times, because that was the only way you could tell whether you were getting the best deal. If you didn't have the guts to walk away, Mr. President, you were never going to get the best deal that you could. I have never seen a worse case of deal fever than Donald Trump's approach to the coming negotiation with Vladimir Putin. Never in my life have I seen it, and it's never been more important. I doubt the world has seen such an ill-conceived pursuit of negotiation since the infamous 1938 Munich Agreement, in which the UK and France and Italy allowed Nazi Germany to annex part of Czechoslovakia. And the damage he's doing is not only that we will get a worse deal, it's that we will undermine Ukraine's position on the front lines. Without security guarantees from the United States and from Europe, Putin will only bide his time, regroup, and invade again. After the fictions that President Trump has spewed about who started this war, not to mention the chorus of defeatism from his vice president, his secretary of defense, and the director of national intelligence, does anybody, including Putin and Xi Jinping, doubt what would happen if Putin invaded again? This is less the art of the deal, Mr. President, I'm afraid, than it is the art of defeat. After all these years, after all these battles, it would be truly pathetic for the United States, the world's most powerful country, to accept a fever-induced deal like with Russia, like the Munich Agreement. Look it up, not perhaps on Twitter, but in your much more reliable 10th grade Western Civ textbook. After that deal, Hitler did not stop in Czechoslovakia, but continued his war on Europe. And left unchecked, Putin will do the same thing. Putin's propagandists have told us repeatedly, and to make matters worse, anyone concerned about Beijing's potential takeover of Taiwan knows that there will be no better test of how the free world will respond to Xi's potential invasion than how we respond to Putin's. Come to think of it, if China does invade Taiwan, how would we evaluate the leadership capacity of an American president who claimed that it was Taiwan who had invaded China, not the other way around? That is the level of duplicity that we are seeing from Donald Trump right now. So, why the deal fever? That's a good question, Mr. President. President Trump's aspiration for a Nobel Peace Prize is well known. He can hang it next to his gold-plated faucets and his first editions of The Art of the Deal. But if he heard from people in this chamber, even he might think twice if he understood that walking down this path of appeasement makes him more likely to be remembered like Neville Chamberlain. Negotiations can end this war in a just manner only if Ukraine can negotiate them from a place of strength. The American people have been incredibly generous in our support of Ukraine. But even so, this war has cost us less than 0.6% of our GDP, while allowing us to send Ukraine old weapons when we invest in our own cutting-edge replacement, permitting us to learn from Ukraine's extraordinary innovation on the front lines and its world-class use of new warfighting technologies such as drones, and boosting our economy without costing a single American soldier's life. We and our European allies have to continue surging military assistance to Ukraine, not forever, but so Ukraine is best positioned to make this deal, not just for Ukraine, but for us and for free countries all over the world. And contrary to what many people believed at the outset of this war and what President Trump apparently believes today, Putin's invasion of Ukraine has been costly to him, very costly to him. 3 years of the Ukrainian people's tenacity and courage have degraded the Russian military. As we speak, Russia is losing twice the number of soldiers every month as Putin's war continues. In total, Putin has squandered more than $200 billion and suffered a staggering 700,000 casualties at the hands of Ukrainian patriots. 3 times the number of soldiers Russia lost in Afghanistan, a country famously regarded as the graveyard of empires. We didn't ask for this war, neither did Ukraine. But Putin is in a weaker position to threaten Europe today than when he first swung his iron fist at the Ukrainian people. The last thing we should do now is weaken our negotiating position when we and Europe have so much at stake, when the world has so much at stake. Putin believes he can beat Ukraine not because he thinks Ukrainians are weak, but because he thinks we are weak. And he thinks President Trump is a pushover and a sucker. At the beginning of his invasion of Ukraine, Putin, who is surrounded, as tyrants are and dictators are, by yes men who are scared to tell him the truth about their own weaknesses, and in this case, Russia's weaknesses, made 3 fundamental miscalculations going into the war. One was about the strength of his own army. He had invested billions of dollars planning for the invasion, but much of it was siphoned off because of Russia's endemic corruption. The second miscalculation was about the Ukrainian people's patriotism and willingness to fight to the death. No matter how President Trump tries to undermine this sacrifice, the honor roll of history will forever record Ukraine's courage. Putin's third miscalculation was that the world would roll over and allow him to invade his peaceful neighbor. Unlike the other 2 mistakes, he had evidence for the final point. After all, when he began his invasion in 2014 by lawlessly sending his little green men to occupy Crimea, which is part of Ukraine, the world did nothing. The United States did nothing. He thought the world would do nothing when he invaded again. It turned out, unlike Putin, we actually learned from our mistake. The free world has stood up to Putin this time around. We have supplied arms and other support while the Ukrainian people have died on the front line of their country and for the West. Their cemeteries are bulging with fresh graves. They have earned the free world's support. But even more important to us and our allies, we have protected our national security and affirmed our commitment to the post-World War II rules-based international order. How this ends will determine whether that order persists and whether the United States continues to provide the leadership our parents and grandparents supplied since World War II. World War II was another war started by a tyrant, but it was ended by the world's democracies. Many Americans inside this chamber and outside understand the stakes. They know, as Ronald Reagan proclaimed 40 years ago, in advancing freedom, Americans carry a special burden, a belief in the dignity of man, and that freedom is America's core and that we should never deny it nor forsake it. This is what we risk today by withdrawing our support of Ukraine. We will abandon both the Ukrainian people and the core of what America stands for, and we cannot do it, Mr. President. This is personal for me and so many of us. My mom was born a Jew in Warsaw in 1938. She and her parents and an aunt were the only ones who survived the Holocaust. The Nazis killed everyone else in her family. Authoritarian aggression left an indelible mark on my family and countless other families in Ukraine and Poland in the 1930s and 1940s, where Stalin and Hitler killed together 16 million human beings. These victims of fascism died believing that they were invisible to the rest of the world. Forgotten people in unforgettable years. The lesson I learned from my mom is that the United States can never let that happen again by trying to appease a dictator the way that Chamberlain did. That is not apocryphal or a made-up story. I had dinner last night with my mom. She is 86 years old, Mr. President. She can't believe that she's lived long enough. I'm happy that she has, but she can't believe that she's lived long enough to see another tyrant's invasion of their peaceful, democratic, European neighbor. But she hasn't lived long enough to forget her generation's searing lessons. She knows the eternal truth that the greatest enemy of fascism is man. Even if President Trump continues to ignore reality, my mother and millions of Americans who make up the greatest generation understand the United States has a special responsibility here. It has always been far too easy for some in high office to ignore their moral responsibility to people sacrificing their lives a continent away on behalf of our shared values and interests. History occasionally records their name like Chamberlain in blood. It is particularly easy today to play to self-defeating isolationist tendencies and the daily headlines, to make rash comments that are foolish and unpatriotic, and that Russian trolls spread like wildfire across social media platforms. It's far too easy to do the wrong thing. It always has been, Mr. President. It's a lot harder, but it's necessary for the living to stand for freedom and democracy, and those willing to give the last measure of themselves for those eternal values. At this moment, the United States is the only country who can lead the free world against these dictators, against these tyrants. The Americans who serve in this chamber, Mr. President, must fulfill our responsibility to the American people and demand the President fulfill his patriotic responsibility in the days ahead. Everything now, Mr. President, is in our hand. The moment demands that the United States of America lead for the sake of the Ukrainian people, for our own national security, and for democracy around the world. Our failure will not just be damaging, Mr. President, it will be devastating. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. You recognize the senator from Vermont.
Thank you. We live in difficult times, in times where people throughout our country are experiencing a great deal of anxiety for a number of reasons. And in the midst of all of that, it is important that we not forget what is taking place not only in Ukraine, but back home here in the United States. And back home, right now, tens of millions of Americans are struggling economically to keep their heads above water. 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. 85 million are uninsured or underinsured. And we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major nation on earth. And as someone who has visited senior centers throughout the state of Vermont and has spoken to seniors throughout our country, I can tell you that there is a significant level of fear and anxiety among the older people in this country with regard to what's happening right here in D.C. When we have a president of the United States and Republicans who are talking about massive cuts to Medicaid, let's understand, and seniors do understand, that we are not just talking about throwing millions of kids off the health care that they have at a time when we are the only major country on earth not to provide health care to all people, not just kids off of health care. We're talking about massive cuts to community health centers, which receive over 40% of their funding from Medicaid, and where millions of seniors go to get the primary care they need. And at a time when we already have a major crisis in nursing home availability, let us understand that Medicaid provides funding for 2 out of every 3 seniors who live in nursing homes. In other words, massive cuts to Medicaid would be a disaster for senior citizens throughout this country. But it is not just Medicaid cuts that worry our seniors. Today, quite unbelievably, and we don't talk about this anywhere near enough, 25% of people in our country who are 65 years of age or older are trying to survive on incomes of $15,000 a year or less. I myself do not know how anybody, let alone a senior with health care needs, can survive on $15,000 a year, but that is what 25% of our seniors are trying to do. Mr. President, this issue of so many seniors struggling to get by, struggling to heat their homes, struggling to buy the food or the prescription drugs they need, this is an issue we must address. And it is a crisis that is unacceptable in the richest country in the history of the world. And that is why, Mr. President, I am proud to tell you that within the next several weeks, I, along with a number of co-sponsors, will be introducing legislation that expands Social Security benefits and extends the solvency of Social Security for decades. You know, we're hearing a lot of talk about cutting Social Security. We should not be talking about cutting Social Security. We must be talking about expanding Social Security benefits. And the legislation that I will introduce would do just that. It would expand Social Security benefits by $2,400 a year, and it would not raise taxes by 1 penny on the bottom 93% of Americans, those who make less than $250,000 a year. And how do we do that? By lifting the cap and applying the Social Security payroll tax on all income above $250,000. Unbelievably, under current law, a billionaire pays the same amount of money into Social Security as someone who makes $176,000 a year. Elon Musk, worth $400 billion, pays the same amount into Social Security as somebody who makes $176,000. That is because under Social Security, there is an absurd cap on taxable income. If we lifted that cap and made sure that millionaires and billionaires paid the same percentage of their income into Social Security as the working class of this country, we could extend the life of Social Security for generations to come and lift millions of seniors out of poverty. Further, Mr. President, when we talk about the needs of senior citizens in this country, I want to mention that I will also be introducing legislation to expand Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. It is unacceptable that millions of seniors are unable to read a newspaper because they cannot afford eyeglasses, can't have conversations with their grandchildren because they can't afford hearing aids, and have trouble eating because they cannot afford dentures. That should not be happening in the United States of America in the year 2025. Expanding Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing is an extremely popular concept. Poll after poll shows that 80% of the American people, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, support doing just that. Mr. President, when we talk about the anxieties that the American people are now experiencing, it is not just, to say the least, senior citizens. All across this country, there is a growing fear that the Trump administration is undermining the Constitution of our country, a Constitution which has kept us a free nation and an example, a model for the rest of the world for the last 250 years. During the last month alone, President Trump has attempted to usurp the powers of Congress, illegally and unconstitutionally refusing to fund programs passed by Congress. He has illegally destroyed agencies like USAID and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that were created by Congress. And under the leadership of Mr. Musk, they have illegally and inappropriately gained access to tax data and Social Security data of millions of Americans, et cetera, et cetera. Every day, they are acting in an illegal and unconstitutional manner. And I would say this, and I don't know if people take it seriously or not, I do. Just this week, President Trump tweeted, quote, "He who saves his country does not violate any law," end of quote. Wow. In other words, Mr. Trump sees himself, the President of the United States, as above the law and immune from the basic rules of the Constitution and the separation of powers that have governed this country since the founding. Okay? Anything I want to do, I'm president, I can do it. Doesn't matter what Congress says, doesn't matter what the Constitution says, that doesn't matter what the rule of law is about. Hey, I'm the president, I'm trying to save the country. I don't need to hear from anybody else. That's not what Americans fought and died to preserve. That's not what this country is about. And with regard to the movement toward authoritarianism, let me say a few words about an area that I think has not gotten much attention at all, and that is Trump's attack on the free press, which is protected by the First Amendment to the Constitution. Founding fathers of this country considered freedom of speech and free press to be enormously important. That was the First Amendment. Mr. Trump has sued CBS and its parent company, Paramount, for $20 billion because he didn't like how they edited an interview with Vice President Kamala Harris. The company is now reportedly considering settling the lawsuit, and I certainly hope they do not do that, out of fear of retaliation from Trump's FCC. He did not like a television program on CBS. Well, many of us don't like television programs on CBS or NBC or Fox or ABC. But you don't sue somebody for $20 billion because you didn't like the program. And obviously, the intention of that lawsuit is clear, and that is that CBS and every other network and media outlet will now have to look over their shoulder. Oh my goodness, we're saying something critical of Donald Trump. Is he going to sue us for $5 billion, for $10 billion? Is he going to drive us out of business? Maybe we should not run that program. Maybe we should not do that investigative report. Not just CBS. In recent times, he has sued ABC. He has sued Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram. He has sued the Des Moines Register. What crime did a little newspaper in Iowa make? What was their crime? They ran a poll which turned out, in retrospect, to be inaccurate. So pollsters all over America, be careful. There was a poll coming out just today, I saw it, that Trump's unfavorables are going up. Hey, you may be sued. Pull that poll. I mean, how absurd is that? And what kind of threat is it to freedom of speech and expression in this country? And, Mr. President, when we talk about the Trump administration's movement toward authoritarianism, we should take note of another remarkable and troubling set of events that happened just this week, and my colleague from Colorado spoke at length on that. We saw the President of the United States openly aligning himself with the dictator of Russia, Vladimir Putin, to undermine the independence of Ukraine and abandon our closest democratic allies in Europe. Trump made it clear that he sees one of the world's most brutal dictators as his pal, and our longtime democratic allies as his enemies. It appears that Mr. Trump wants a world that is safe for authoritarians and oligarchs, but dangerous and unstable for democracies. And when we talk about authoritarianism, we have got to mention the growing phenomenon in this country of the big lie. The big lie. Say something that is blatantly untrue, repeat it over and over again, and then blast that lie out on social media until people actually believe it. And let me mention one of the very big lies that Trump said recently regarding the war in Ukraine. Earlier this week, the President said that Ukraine started the war. Trump said that Ukraine started the war. Really? That is, as I hope every member of the Senate knows, an absolute lie. Russia invaded Ukraine twice, first in 2014 and then again on February 24th, 2022. And on that date, February 24th, 2022, Putin's tanks and troops rolled into Ukraine. And on that day, Russian aircraft began bombing targets all over Ukraine. Russia started the war, period, end of discussion. Trump is lying. Since Putin's invasion, over 1 million people have been killed or injured every single day. Russia continues to rain down hundreds of missiles and drones in Ukrainian cities. Putin's forces have massacred civilians and kidnapped thousands of Ukrainian children, bringing them back to Russian re-education camps. These atrocities led the International Criminal Court to issue an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin in 2023 as a war criminal. Further, Trump called Ukrainian President Zelensky, not Putin, but Zelensky, a dictator. And that obviously is not true either. Zelensky won 75% of the vote in free elections, and in the midst of a brutal war, Ukraine's parliament continues to function and open and unfettered political debate takes place. Trump recently claimed that our European allies have done little to support Ukraine in its fight against Putin's invasion. He said the U.S. has contributed 3 times more than Europe. But that is another lie. In fact, Europe has provided more aid to Ukraine than the United States. But it's not just that Trump is lying again. That is not new. It's what this all reveals about where we want to take our country and where we want the world to be moving, what direction. Trump is cozying up to Vladimir Putin. So who is Putin? And what kind of world does Putin want to build? Putin is a dictator who crushed Russia's movement toward democracy after the end of the Cold War. Russia now holds sham elections where Putin wins 90% of the vote, and authorities there do not even try to hide their ballot stuffing. There is no freedom of speech or free media in Putin's Russia. Protests are violently suppressed. Tens of thousands of people are in prison for protesting Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Political dissidents are harassed or thrown into jail. The bravest, people like Alexei Navalny, are killed outright. Hundreds of thousands of Russians have fled Putin's Russia since his invasion of Ukraine. That, Mr. President, is the Russian leader that Donald Trump admires. But, Mr. President, my Republican colleagues know all of this. And what is particularly disturbing to me, and I believe the American people, is my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, understand and know that Trump is lying. They know that Russia started the war, not Ukraine. They know that Putin is a dictator, not Zelensky. But their silence has been overwhelming on this issue. I cannot tell you how many times I have sat here on the floor and I have listened to my Republican colleagues come to the Senate to condemn Vladimir Putin and his brutal invasion of Ukraine. And many of their remarks were right on the money, they were perceptive, and they were right. And my simple question to my Republican colleagues right now is, where are you now? Last I heard, Mr. President, this is still a democracy. Last I heard, we are still allowed to disagree with the President of the United States, even if he is a member of your own party. Last I heard, we are allowed to call out the President when he lies, blatantly lies, even if he is a member of our own party. And what really bothers me is I know that many of my Republican colleagues understand all of this. And I just want to give you an example of what is going on right now. Let me just quote a few of my Republican colleagues in statements they have made since Putin's invasion of Ukraine. These are Republican members of the United States Senate. And I'm not going to mention names right now. Don't want to embarrass anybody, put anybody on the spot. But these are quotes. One leading Republican said, quote, "We must remember that the instigator of this war was Russia. It was President Putin who launched an unprovoked attack on Ukraine," end of quote. And that Republican colleague was obviously right. Another Republican said, I quote, "I think Vladimir Putin started the war. I also believe, through bitter experience, that Vladimir Putin is a gangster." That's a Republican colleague. A third Republican colleague said, quote, "There is no equivalency between Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky. President Putin is evil and he has to be stopped," end quote. Fourth Republican, and this is just a few of the quotes. I could probably come up with dozens of quotes. Fourth Republican said, when the war began, quote, "Today's invasion of Ukraine by Russia is a premeditated and flagrant act of war. Putin has violated the border of a sovereign country." And that senator later said, "Anyone who is surprised by Putin's deadly attack on a sovereign nation has not been paying attention. These are the actions of a madman," end of quote. And just recently, that very same senator said, quote, "Putin is not going to stop with Ukraine. If we abandon Ukraine and throw in the towel, as some would like us to do, that is going to drastically change how people view the United States and how people rely on the United States, and there will be major consequences," end of quote. And a fifth Republican colleague here in the Senate called Putin a quote-unquote thug and compared him to Hitler. He said, quote, Vladimir Putin is not a legitimate leader. He is a war criminal that needs to be dealt with. End of quote. That is what my Republican colleagues have said time and time again. And the question is now, do you have the courage to continue telling the truth when the President of the United States is lying? This is an extraordinarily pivotal moment in American history. And all of us must have the courage to stand up for truth, to stand up for democracy, to oppose authoritarianism. This is the moment. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the senator from Oregon.
families lose, billionaires win. That is the proposition at the heart of the Republican budget resolution. Now, this plan is going to be explored tonight through a series of amendments. And as the American people watch how we vote on these amendments, it'll become clearer and clearer what it's all about. Families lose, billionaires win. We will see tonight the Democrats vote against irreparable increases to the deficit, and Republicans vote to explode the deficit. We will see tonight Democrats vote against tax giveaways to the billionaires, and Republicans vote for tax giveaways to the billionaires. We will see tonight Democrats vote again and again to protect programs that support families, while Republicans vote time and time again to slash those programs. Those programs families depend on to be on their feet and to thrive, to move into the middle class, to move beyond the middle class, to know with confidence that their children will have a strong foundation for growing up. That is what we will see tonight. Families lose and billionaires win. Democrats will fight this terrible vision for America in every single way we can. Now, our Republican colleagues earlier on the floor said, oh, no, this bill is nothing except a little bit about border security and national security. If that were true, then why isn't this a conversation in the Spending Committee, the Appropriations Committee? If that were true, why did our Republican colleagues repeatedly block bipartisan border and defense bills? Last year, the Appropriations Committee passed a strong bipartisan defense bill. Let's pass it. Last year, the Senate negotiated a bipartisan border deal, and Donald Trump, the candidate, killed it, saying he wanted to exploit the issue of immigration on the campaign trail. Well, the campaign is over. There is a path now for that same bipartisan bill on the border. All of this makes it absolutely clear that this bill is not about border and defense. This bill is all about this: families losing, billionaires winning. This bill has a budget table that relays that they're going to slash $1 trillion in programs for families in just the last 6 months of this fiscal year, between now and September 30th. And to do so, to fund more tax giveaways to mega millionaires and billionaires. Cut the programs for families to fund tax cuts for billionaires. That's what this is about. We saw that also last Wednesday in the Budget Committee. Democrats offered amendment after amendment to protect programs. And what did we see? Protect against the rising cost of groceries. Democrats voted for that protection. Republicans rejected it. Make sure that we don't lose the tax credits that enable middle class to buy health insurance on the exchange. Democrats defended those credits. Republicans voted against it. Attack Medicaid, health care for the poor. Democrats voted to protect Medicaid, and Republicans voted against it. lower the price of prescription drugs so we don't pay more than people in other countries. Democrats voted for that protection. Republicans rejected it. And on, renting or buying a home, controlling the costs. Democrats voted to defend and lower housing costs. Republicans rejected it. Making college more expensive, Democrats said no way. We voted against that. Republicans rejected so they could raise costs on college loans and on child care. That's what this bill is about. Families lose and billionaires win. Republicans rejected every single amendment to help families stand on their feet and thrive, and families are going to pay a much higher price. In fact, this budget resolution opens the door to higher prices on groceries. That's Trumpflation. Trumpflation has arrived. This budget opens the door to making health care more expensive, both for low-income families and for middle-class families. Trumpflation. This budget opens the door to making college more expensive. I was the first in my family to go to college. It was a really big deal that we found a way to be able to afford to go. My family helped out, and I worked my way all through college. Making it more expensive, that's wrong. Trumpflation has arrived in the form of making college more expensive. All of this strategy to increase the costs for Americans. Why? I'm not getting any calls to my office. Are you getting any calls to your office, colleagues? Saying we want to raise the cost of America? Didn't I hear Trump on the campaign trail saying he was all about lowering costs? But tonight, this bill is about Trumpflation, increasing the cost of goods to ordinary Americans. Yes, it's about decreasing the cost to billionaires through massive tax cuts. This bill is all about helping the billionaire team. But those thousands of phone calls I've gotten, some days I've had over 2,000 phone calls, not one single one said we want Trumpflation. Not one single one said we want tax cuts for billionaires. Not one single call at 2,000 a day said we want you to cut the programs that enable families to be on their feet in health care and housing and education and child care. Candidate Trump is a different person from President Trump. Candidate Trump said, I'm running to fight for families. But now, who's he fighting for? He's fighting for the mega millionaires and the billionaires. This is a great betrayal. And this connection exists between cutting the programs for families and funding tax giveaways to those mega millionaires and billionaires. And we've seen this movie before. We saw it in the 2017 strategy during the last Trump administration. They did a tax bill, and almost all the money went to the wealthiest Americans. So this isn't some fiction about President Trump. This is a clear replay of the Republican plan. They did it before, and they're doing it again. Now, you've probably heard the expression during your life, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, America, you're getting fooled a second time. This is the great betrayal. Let's not let that happen. We will fight it here. But it's going to take American citizens rising up to their feet, getting off of the couch, joining organizations, making their voice heard. That's what's going to make the difference in the course of what happens here in Congress. It is the voice of the people on the streets, as well as the battle we lead inside this chamber, that is going to save us from Trumpflation, that's going to save us from the plan that attacks families and feathers the nest of billionaires. This connection between cutting programs for families and increasing tax giveaways for billionaires, it's actually in the Republican bill on the House side. They made it explicit. This House language says for every additional dollar they cut from the safety net, they can give away an additional dollar to billionaires in tax cuts. It's in the Republican bill in the House just down the hall. That's a pretty remarkable and bold thing to lay out for all of America to read. There's an additional factor here in the Republican plan, and that is to run the nation deeper into debt. We have seen this play again before. Each of these bars represents an administration. The first President Bush administration, the Clinton administration, George W. Bush, his 8 years, Obama's 8 years, Trump's 4 years, Biden's 4 years. Now, what you see is the difference between the deficit their first year in office and their last year in office. So what happened over the course of H.W. Bush's 4 years is the deficit went up. What you see in Clinton's 8 years is the annual deficit went down. His last deficit was not even a deficit, it was a surplus. George W. Bush came along and said, let's run that deficit right back up. And he did it. 8 years, a lot more deficit his 8th year than his first year. Obama came along and said, fiscal discipline, let's lower that deficit, and he lowered it year after year, from his first year to his 8th year. And then we come to the first Trump administration, and he just blew the top off it all. Talk about the biggest contributor, the biggest deficits, biggest contributor to national debt. It's the first Trump administration. And along comes the Biden administration and says, we got to lower those deficits. And his 4 years, his fourth deficit was much lower than his first. Now we're seeing Trump 2. And this budget plan tonight, that's this bar. This is going back up. Maybe not as large to be planned as Trump 1 in terms of debt, but absolutely going in the wrong direction. So it's a mystery. My Republican colleagues, they campaign as fiscally conservative. They say they're going to lower the deficit, and every single time they fool us. They come in here, they cut the taxes for the richest Americans, revenues proceed to fail to compensate, and they run up the deficit. And now they're going to do it again if we let this budget resolution pass. So let's not let it pass. Let's oppose it. Republican colleagues, come and join us in fiscal responsibility and take this budget resolution, laying out a vision of more and more deficits and more debt, and put it in the wood chipper. We've been hearing a lot about the wood chipper. Take this plan that cuts programs for families and put it in the wood chipper. Take this plan that gives tax giveaways to the richest Americans, the mega millionaires and the billionaires, and put it in the wood chipper, because it is wrong for America to attack the programs for families in order to fund tax giveaways to billionaires. President Trump has said he wants a big, beautiful, beautiful bill. But you know what? There's nothing beautiful about the bill that is on the floor tonight. There's nothing beautiful about destroying the programs families depend on. There's nothing beautiful about using those cuts to fund tax cuts for billionaires. There's nothing beautiful about running up the deficits and debt Republican style that they do every single time. What we have right now is not government by and for the people. What we have right now is by and for the billionaires. President Trump made that very clear at his inaugural address. Who do we have standing right behind him? Mark Zuckerberg, the billionaire of Facebook. At this end, the scowl on his face, Elon Musk, CEO of so many companies, including Tesla. Who do we have? Jeff Bezos of Amazon, one of the richest men in the world, along with Elon Musk. And we have Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Alphabet, the mother company of Google. By and for billionaires, that's what that's all about. So Democrats will not rest tonight until we vote on each of our amendments to protect working families. We will not rest tonight till we vote on each of our amendments to stop the tax giveaways to billionaires. And tonight, Democrats will be fighting by ourselves, inviting our Republican colleagues to join us. But we will not be fighting for ourselves alone. We are fighting for the American family. This Republican budget, it is the great betrayal, and we, the Democrats, will fight to stop it. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
Now, in a few moments, senators will begin voting on amendments to the Republican plan that cuts taxes for the ultra-rich. Everything that Donald Trump and the Republicans have done over the last month, all the chaos, all the lawlessness that we've seen, serves one crooked goal. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Republicans are trying to give their billionaire buddies a tax break and have you, the American people, pay the cost. It can be summed up very simply in this wonderful chart that my friend from Oregon has put together. What the chart says, under the Republican plan, families lose, billionaires win. What could be further from what Americans want? What could be further? Tonight, Democrats are going to force Republicans to defend their tax cuts for billionaires like Elon Musk. We're going to be here all night. We're going to put forward amendments forcing Republicans to defend their unpopular agenda, exposing the Republican plan for what it is: a massive, massive billionaire giveaway paid for on the backs of working class and middle class Americans. The Republicans know they want to hide this. They know it's not popular. They know 80% of the American people dislike this plan. So Donald Trump and others obfuscate. They want us to pay attention to Gulf of America, building hotels in Gaza, annexing Canada. Why? Why are they doing these bits of foolishness? They don't want the American people to see that the Republican plan has families lose and billionaires win. Our amendments will come in three categories. One, focused on tax cuts for the billionaires, trying to undo those. One, focused on the damage Republicans will inflict on American families in order to pay for their tax cuts. And one bucket, the final bucket, focused on lawlessness and corruption done in service to create chaos so they can cut taxes for billionaires. Those are the categories. One focused on tax cuts for billionaires, one focused on damage Republicans inflict on American families to pay for those tax cuts, and one on Trump's lawlessness and corruption done in service to create chaos so they can cut taxes for billionaires. Let me repeat. Tonight, Democrats will force Republicans to defend their cuts for billionaires. And tonight will just be the first time. We'll be doing this over and over again because we know that they don't want the American people to know that that's their North Star. Almost everything they do is aimed at getting those tax breaks for the billionaires. We're also going to force Republicans to defend their cuts on American families, cutting health care and Medicaid and education and housing and more, all to pay for the tax cuts for their billionaire buddies. Finally, Democrats will force the Republicans to defend Donald Trump's scorched earth assault on the rule of law, an assault he is waging in order to put more money in the pockets of billionaires. That's what tonight's all about. How Republicans want to help billionaires win, American families lose, and the rule of law burned to the ground. I thank my colleagues for bringing the amendments to the floor. We're going to be here all night. We have lots of amendments that are in these three categories. It'll be a long night, but it's a debate the American people need to see, deserve to see. And that's why we're here. We Democrats are glad to have this debate. Let's have it 2-3 more times. When they come up with this new reconciliation and that, when the House and Senate Republicans finally get their act together, bring it on. I am proud to offer tonight's very first amendment, one that makes a simple proposal. Nobody making more than $1 billion should get yet another tax break. That's it. That's the amendment. You make $1 billion, God bless you, you're doing fine, but you don't deserve a tax break. I'd love to hear the Republicans argue why, of all people who need a tax break right now, it's the billionaire class. In this era of high inflation and growing inequality, billionaires aren't the ones who should be getting the massive tax giveaway. They're doing just fine. Instead, we should be helping working and middle-class Americans get better jobs, earn higher paychecks, pay lower costs. So tonight, the very first question Republicans must answer is this. Do you agree, Mr. and Mrs. Republican Senator, Ms. Republican Senator, all the Republican senators, do all the Republican senators agree that billionaires should not be getting another tax break? Yes or no? And if you don't think they should get a tax break, a billionaire should get a tax break, just vote with us in supporting this amendment. We're going to get our answer very, very soon. And that answer, the American people are going to see over and over and over again, over the next hours, the next days, the next weeks, the next months. The second amendment will be offered by Senator Klobuchar to prevent Republicans from lowering taxes for billionaires if the price of food keeps going up. Donald Trump said, and when he was campaigning, he's going to bring inflation down on day one. But inflation's going up. Donald Trump, Mr. President Trump, it's going up. What about your promise? It's going to go down on day one. Grocery prices are up. Chicken, pork, steak, more expensive. Eggs, up 15% from last month. While Americans continue to struggle, paying for groceries, feeding their kids, the last thing we should be doing is cutting taxes for the richest of the rich in this country. And I will offer the third amendment of the evening, one that stops Republicans from kicking people off Medicaid to pay for their billionaire tax breaks. 80 million Americans, a little less than a quarter of all Americans, 80 million, get health insurance through Medicaid, from newborn kids to working moms to seniors in nursing homes and assisted living homes. Republicans have made it crystal clear that gutting Medicaid is one of their main strategies for paying for their massive tax cuts. Look no further than the House Republican proposal. A huge amount of the cuts to Medicaid. What do you tell people who need health care, who are working people who use Medicaid? What do you tell people who use community health centers, which give efficient health care, Mr. Musk, efficient health care? What do you tell a family who has a mom in a nursing home, and that nursing home will get cut, so mom has to come home and live with that family? Build a new room in the house, but wood prices are going up if Trump puts in his tariffs. What do you tell them? And remember, I would remind my Republican colleagues, when you tried this in 2017, tax cuts for the rich, cutting health care, in that case ACA, America didn't like it. They're not going to like it again. My amendment will ask Republicans, do they really want to cut taxes for billionaires so badly that they're willing to take health care away from kids, that they're willing to kick grandparents out of nursing homes and abandon Americans with disability and take away health care from rural America? We'll see what they do. Now, Republicans can spin their agenda however they want. They certainly will try to change the subject. They won't admit that their tax breaks are aimed at the wealthiest. They can try to pass one bill. They can try to pass two bills. They can try to pass 50 bills. Doesn't matter. They can slice and dice their policies in whatever order they wish. It doesn't matter in the end. Republicans' North Star is singular, unchanging. They're trying to give their billionaire buddies a tax break and have you, American people, American families, pay the cost. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I yield back all time.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be the first amendments in order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments Schumer number 454, Klobuchar number 494, Merkley number 473.
Schumer, that's my...
Without objection.
I'm supposed to be the third one.
Thank you. I you bet.
Right? Yes? Go. Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the
I
Democratic
call up
Leader.
my amendment number 454 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment numbered 454.
Mr. President, I'm proud to offer tonight's very first amendment. It makes a simple proposal. No billionaire should get another tax break. I ask my Republican colleagues, yes or no? Do you believe billionaires should get another tax break or not? Vote yes on this amendment if you think billionaires should not get another tax break.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, the targeted budget blueprint before us today would secure the border, strengthen the military, and facilitate energy independence, and take initial steps to get our fiscal house in order. While the Finance Committee does have a $1 billion deficit decreasing instruction, this is not a tax bill, nor a health care reform bill. The instruction makes that clear. To meet this instruction, the Finance Committee will reverse a Biden administration nursing home rule that would increase taxpayer costs by billions and jeopardize patient access to the long term, especially in our already underserved rural communities. Mr. President, I've been advised that this amendment would be corrosive to the privilege of the budget resolution if adopted. Because the amendment contains matter that is inappropriate for a budget resolution, its adoption could jeopardize the resolution's privilege. Additionally, this amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act because it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet a standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Thank you. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Hassan, Kane, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, and Smith. Senators voting in the negative: Crapo, Husted, Johnson, Moody, Thune, and Tuberville. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Risch? No. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Fetterman? Aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Lee, no.
Rounds is no.
Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Langford. No. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no.
Banks, no.
Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Curtis? No. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Hawley? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Young, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Madam President, Madam President,
Senator from Minnesota.
I call up my amendment 494 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar, proposes an amendment numbered 494.
Madam President, I rise today with a common sense amendment, and that is that no one should be cutting taxes for billionaires while food prices are rising. Democrats and Republicans alike can agree that food prices are just too high. The price of eggs recently hit a record high of $4.95. That's 53% higher than a year ago. And wholesale egg prices have increased 30% since the president took office to more than $8. That means egg prices will continue to skyrocket. And as an aside, accidentally firing frontline avian flu workers isn't going to change any of that. Prices of other groceries like beef, fish, and fresh fruit have also increased, with the most recent consumer price index showing overall food prices rising. Instead of focusing on $2 trillion in tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, we should work together to lower food prices for Americans across the country. That's why I call on my colleagues to support my amendment, which will ensure that there are no tax cuts for billionaires unless food prices are lowered for regular Americans.
Senator from Idaho.
Madam President, the targeted budget blueprint before us today would secure the border, strengthen the military, facilitate energy independence, and take initial steps to get our fiscal house in order. While the Finance Committee does have a $1 billion deficit decreasing instruction, this is not a tax bill nor a health care reform bill. The instruction makes that very clear. To meet this instruction, the Finance Committee will reverse a Biden administration nursing home rule that would increase taxpayer costs by billions and jeopardize patient access. Madam President, I've been advised that this amendment would be corrosive to the privilege of this budget resolution if adopted. Because the amendment contains matter that is inappropriate for a budget resolution, its adoption could jeopardize the resolution's privilege. Additionally, this amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act because it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet that standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Madam President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Could you see me back there?
I did. Thank you. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson,
So they've been working on 3.
Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane,
It's crazy. And even now you have companies that still make testing.
Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King,
So Abbott's doing the right thing. Abbott's like, we're doing the right thing. Companies aren't. The FDA just put
Ms. Klobuchar,
So it was all in the past. We were on the, because it's got the.
Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell,
Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, hey guys.
A lot of these are special.
Mrs. Moody,
So Bill said he will pick it up. But it would be helpful if I had a couple of members who
Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul,
Good. Yeah, take a look, and then once I get a number or two, I think we're going to. And again, every maternity, every infant organization.
Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt,
And the reputation. And then no one wants to buy your product because.
Mr. Schumer,
That's why we thought having a voluntary stand.
Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina,
But it's too late once the baby dies. It's scratching.
Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Kane, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tuberville, Young. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mrs. Shaheen,
Lee.
Aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. McConnell, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls.
Madam President.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you. I call up my amendment number 473 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposes an amendment numbered 473.
Colleagues, the dream of homeownership is dying, and this is a big deal. Your home is your castle. It's a major source of wealth for middle-class families. And a factor killing the dream of homeownership is private equity, known as hedge funds, buying up homes all across America. In fact, ordinary families can't compete with their all-cash, no inspection offers. They're driving up the prices to buy homes. They're driving up the rents. So today, let's take a step towards restoring the dream of home ownership. This is a deficit-neutral reserve fund that creates incentives for private equity and hedge funds to ease their way out of this market so that families can continue to be homeowners in America, their children can continue to be homeowners. Let's not let this dream die on our watch. I encourage you to vote for this because houses should be homes for families, not a profit center for Wall Street.
Madam President.
Senator Scott.
Madam President, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Here's why. They're putting the blame in the wrong place. We all agree that housing prices have skyrocketed over the last 4 years. Unfortunately, my colleagues across the aisle aren't interested in new solutions. They are willing to place the blame anywhere except where it belongs. The real culprit in the failed housing policies is the Biden administration. Under the previous administration, rental costs rose 20%. We should be discussing how to make housing more affordable for more Americans. I plan to do just that at the Banking, Housing, and Urban Development Committee. I urge my colleagues to work with me. Working with President Trump and Secretary Turner, we can achieve a housing comeback for the blue-collar workers. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment.
Nays?
Is there a sufficient second?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Thanks. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Thank you. No, hold on a minute. Okay. I got you. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Gotcha. Yeah. You're right? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Okay. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. No. Okay, Banks, Curtis, Justice. Banks. Yeah, I got you. Curtis. Ms. Cortez Masto. Thank you. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Thank you. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr.
You hate when you get near that number. It's like, let's hope we can live to length like this, but here's what we're finding and what we found, and these were all found by these computer geniuses. I asked Elon, what trait do these have? You know, they started off with 12 guys, then they had 30 guys, then they had 57 guys. Now they have over 100 guys, and he attracts very young people with high IQs, you know. Some people attract very beautiful people. I think I like them better, actually. But he attracts young people that are brilliant, and they love the country, too. But I said, what trait do they really have? And the trait that they really have was that they're extraordinary with computers. They can take them. He said they make love to their computer. I said, I don't want to hear about that. Doesn't sound too good. He said they can take apart the most complex computer instruments and literally put them back blindfolded. So when they go into some guy that's ripping off the country by doing some of the things you've just heard or what you're going to hear, they can't be bullshitted. You know, they can't say, oh, gee, there was a mistake. There was a big mistake. And we're finding hundreds of billions of dollars worth of fraud, waste and abuse, but I think fraud will be the number one as we see. But listen to this on the program. There are 4.7 million Social Security members who go and live from 100 to 109. Well, I'll tell you, I know some people that are close to 100. I know one or two that got over that mark. But you don't have millions. 3.6 million people from age 110 to age 119. 3.47 million people from age 120 to 129. In other words, 120 to 129 years old. millions of people, millions, 3.9 million people from age 130 to 139, which is pretty amazing because the longest living person ever on record, and they're not sure it was correct, was a woman from a very faraway place, lived to 127 years old. She was a healthy specimen, but she lived to 127. 3.5 million people from age 140 to 149. So we have 140-year-old people plus millions of them. 1.3 million people live to over 150 years of age, 150 to 159 to be exact. Over 130,000 people over the age of 160 years old, including 1,039 people between the ages of 220 to 229. And we're going to be investigating this fraud. Actually, we had one person who was 361 years old. And what we're doing now is we're finding how many of these people were paid. So we have millions of people, could be well over 100 million people in our Social Security rolls. So the good news is when we take them off, whether they were paid or not, it looks like our Social Security could be really solid. It could be a lot better than we thought, if you think about it. And I'm going to do something. I'm actually going on this one. You know, all my life I've heard about Fort Knox. That's where the gold is kept, right? I heard Fort Knox, oh. But, you know, we're getting a little bit shaky. We're getting the yips on this stuff. Like, I want to find out. So we're going to open up the doors. I'm going to see if we have gold there. We want to find out, did anybody steal the gold in Fort Knox? It's a pretty amazing place. But I'm going to actually go. We're going to open the doors. We're going to inspect Fort Knox. We want to make sure that we actually have, you know, 400 tons of gold or whatever the hell it is. It's a lot of gold. I don't want to open it and the cupboards are bare. Could happen. If you look at some of the things, oh, by the way, wait till we go into the education department. We haven't even done that. So we could find as much as $1.5 trillion worth of waste, fraud, and abuse. If we do that, we can balance budgets. We can do a lot of other things, especially when you couple it with the massive amounts of tariffs that are coming in already. You know, just with what we are charging, I won't mention the country because I don't want to anger people that like me, and I like them very much. But we're finding at least $60 billion a year in one country alone, and I haven't even started. It's just a very small portion that I've, you know, attached to them. So I got a call from Congress. They said, you know, a lot of money is coming in from these tariffs, and they're starting to change their whole thing. So if you can add the tariffs, and this is numbers that I don't want to say it because then they'll say he didn't produce, but you could wipe out your income tax. You could maybe not even have an income tax system when this thing works out. Because in the old days, that's what happened. You know, our country was the richest ever from 1870 to 1913. That's when we were actually the richest, and we were a full tariff country. McKinley, and I just renamed Mount McKinley. I hope you're happy about that. But McKinley was the president. He was a tariff guy, and he believed that countries should not be allowed to come in and plunder. He had beautiful language on tariffs: plunder our wealth, plunder our jobs, steal our companies, and take our money without paying a very fair price. And he said, and that price shouldn't be more than fair. It should be high, because what they do is they hurt our country. And we became very rich. He was assassinated, and as you know, Roosevelt took over, Teddy, and he spent money on parks and on dams and on everything. I mean, you know, but he really spent a lot of the money. McKinley never got the credit, but he spent a lot of the money that McKinley made. But it was the richest we ever were in the 1800s, early 1900s. And then in 1913, we went to the income tax system. And to be honest, we did fine, but we were never like we were. They formed the Tariff Commission of 1887, and it was a commission of people like you, blue bloods. Are you blue bloods? There are a couple, and about 3 of them over here, but blue bloods. But it was a commission, and it was set up for the sole purpose of, we have so much money. This is in the United States. We don't know. We had no debt. We had no nothing. We had massive amounts of money. The commission was set up to determine where we should spend our money. Where do we spend it? Got so much. Can you imagine? Wouldn't that be nice? Now look at what they're doing, but this is money we have to borrow where they're doing it. But we're going to find out that this money went to people and it got kicked back. You're going to find out a lot of that, but we'll catch it all. We've launched the largest deregulation campaign in our country's history. For every one new regulation, I've directed that 10 old regulations must be eliminated. And I will say, in my first term, we did more deregulation than any president in history by far, not even close. With Republicans in Congress, we're also racing to pass the largest tax cuts in American history. We're looking to go, we brought it down from 41%, much higher if you add the state things, but 41% to 21%, which people said was impossible. And now I'm trying to bring it down to 15%, so it'll go from 21 to 15, but only if you make your product in the United States of America. Otherwise, you pay 21%. That'd be great. To protect American auto workers, who, by the way, they're going to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of what we're doing with tariffs, because they just stopped 2 big auto plants in the middle of construction from being built in Mexico, because they see, when I got elected, they said, oh, this is going to be a problem for us because we have big tariffs going on, and we have tariffs going on autos. And they don't have to pay any tariffs. There is no tariff. All you have to do is build your plant in the United States. They were building plants in Mexico right opposite the border. They're making them in Mexico. They're selling them into the United States with virtually no tax. And they're killing Detroit, all these places are being killed. Now it's the exact opposite. And by the way, Canada was a big participant in that too. And I think Canada, they're going to have to pay tariffs on automobiles, lumber, and oil and gas, et cetera, et cetera. And they get 95% of their product from the United States. I think they have to become the 51st state. And you heard the people booing the national anthem, but I think ultimately they'll be praising the national anthem. We'll have to work out some deal with it, because I do like the "O Canada," right? It's a beautiful thing. I think we're going to have to keep it for the 51st state. I call him Governor Trudeau. I said, Governor Trudeau's doing a wonderful job. I think it's actually cost him his election, if you want to know the truth. But we're gonna see about that. We're looking at Greenland. And we have to take back the Panama Canal, because that wasn't the deal. We gave the Panama Canal to Panama. It was the most expensive thing ever built in our country. It would be the equivalent of $2 trillion today. We spend massive amounts. We lost 38,000 lives from the mosquito and snakes. A lot of bad snake bites, but mostly the mosquitoes, malaria. They killed 38,000 of our people. They paid laborers 5 times what they were getting in the United States to go, knowing that there was a good chance they were going to die. 20% of them died. And Jimmy Carter, may he rest in peace, the late, great Jimmy Carter, gave it away for $1. It's also the most profitable thing ever built. It's what you hear about casinos and you hear about all this stuff. They're peanuts compared to this. It's the most profitable thing ever built. There's never been anything. I mean, you have ships lined up. And by the way, when they gave it away like a bunch of dummies for $1. The day after they took over, they raised the price per ship by 4 times. That wasn't high enough. There was no problem. They raised it again twice. And they're getting almost $1 million a ship. And their product is water. It's Pacific and Atlantic where they meet, and one is about 18 feet higher than the other, which a lot of people don't know. Actually, it's one of the great marvels of the world. Well, we built it, and we're not going to let, because China has essentially taken it over. We're not going to let that happen. China knows it, and so does Panama. To protect American workers and bring billions of dollars into our treasury, we're in the process of imposing reciprocal tariffs on any nation that tries to cheat us or steal our jobs. So India, as an example, has very, very high tariffs. And I was going to impose a flat tariff, but that wouldn't really do the trick, because some of the countries have really high tariffs. So it really works out much better. Nobody can even fight it. Whatever they charge us, we charge them. So if they're at 25%, we are at 25. If they're at 75, we're at 7. Whatever they charge us. And it was very interesting. The European Union, we were at 2.5% for cars. European Union was much higher. They just reduced their tariffs on cars to 2.5 to be reciprocal with ours. So that's just an early sign. But I think that's going to happen. And then some will want to fight us a little bit, but it doesn't matter. They're reciprocal. And even the press says, oh, I see, well, they don't fight us. You know, if I put a flat tariff on like 25, 30%, even if it was lower than we would have gotten, if we put a flat tariff on, the press would have gone crazy. That's terrible. Even if somebody was paying like 5 times more, charging us 5 times more. When you say reciprocal, I said it the other day to the failing New York Times. I said, listen, whatever they charge us, we charge them. They go, well, that sounds fair. It really does, doesn't it? So it's a reciprocal tariff, whatever they charge us. I've ended Joe Biden's weaponization of our government and removed his handpicked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice. We have a great Attorney General, Pam. I immediately halted all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. I signed an executive order to end all of the lawless diversity, equity, and inclusion policies across the entire federal government and private sector. Do you see how much it costs? One company said they're going out of that business and they're going to write off $229 million. How do you spend that much money to convince people that they should have transgender operations and various and sundry other things that we don't like to talk about? It's crazy the amount of money it was almost like just a mind blower what they were doing. It was terrible and all over. And by the way, our military is now free of that. Anybody that even tries it, they're gone. I signed really historic orders to get critical race theory and transgender ideology out of the schools and out of our military. It's all going out. It's no longer. And I heard men are still playing in Maine. Is anybody here from Maine? Who is that? Is that the governor? Well, I hate to tell you this, but we're not going to give them any federal money. They are still saying we want men to play in women's sports, and I cannot believe that they're doing that. They are, I'd love to find out who that guy is that raised his hand. Maybe he's just kidding. But, so we're not going to give him any federal funding, none whatsoever, until they clean that up. And the other one, we have a fight with one news organization, AP, a radical left organization, treats us all very badly. And they refuse to acknowledge that the Gulf, former of Mexico, is now called the Gulf of America. So we just hold them, we're holding them out of any news conferences. Now I'm sure they'll get sued and maybe they'll win, doesn't matter. It's just something that we feel strongly about. No, and I said we changed Mount McKinley. Nobody's fighting that. You're allowed to do it. Well, we're allowed to do. And most of the shoreline is, 85% of it is on our soil. But I thought it would be appropriate. I never understood quite the Gulf of Mexico when it really covers us far more. And I think Doug is a big believer in what we did, the Gulf of America. So we're having a little dispute, but only one. But Google Maps has already changed. Almost everybody's already changed. It's called the Gulf of America. And earlier this month, I signed an order banning men from women's sports. And that's why when somebody wants to do that, and even the NCAA has already complied, and they have sent us a letter. They have fully complied with that. I also proudly banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, you believe this? And other chemical and surgical mutilations of all minor youth. Do you believe you have to say that? I mean, it's terrible. Who would believe that we're talking about even these things? Men playing in 10 years ago, 15 years ago, could you imagine? People would say, is he crazy talking about this? And they're still fighting us, but let them fight. As I said, we're going to make universal school choice a very big, strong thing, school choice. And we're working very, very hard to send these schools and education back to the states where they can be properly run. In other words, this really affects the people in this room, but you're going to be running your schools, and who can do worse? Look, they rate them in the top 40. So we just came out with one that we were number 40, but we were number 1 in cost per pupil. And, I mean, I know a lot of the governors in this room. You run a great state, and you'll do great with education at a much lower price. We're going to give you whatever you need, but at a much lower price. We have people in Washington, D.C. that, in all fairness, in many cases, don't give a damn about your pupils or your students or your states. and they're running everything, and they're running it into the ground. So it came out, we're last in education, but first in cost per pupil. Norway, Denmark, Sweden, I had to tell you, China, and a few others are always in the top 5. And I really believe that 35 or 36 states, and all of you are here, almost all of you are here representing those states, I think you're going to have education that's every bit as good as Norway and Denmark and Sweden and all of them. And then we'll have some laggards, and you know who the laggards are going to be. You just have to look at everything else. But in everything we do, we're putting America first, because the Republican Party is now known as the party of common sense. It's a party of common sense, very important. I think it's a very important phrase for you to use. It's all about common sense. We're conservative, and, you know, we're a lot of things, but most important thing is we have to use common sense. Thanks in part to the hard work of the people in this room, we're forging a new political majority that is shattering and replacing Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal coalition, which dominated American politics for nearly 100 years. Under our leadership, the Republican Party has become the proud voice of hardworking citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. We are a much bigger, much more powerful party. Now is the time for us all to press forward, think big, be bold, and deliver the once-in-a-lifetime reforms our citizens need and really deserve. They've gone through hell for 4 years. Some of them don't even know it. They've just been led down a path. They don't even know what they've gone through. As one team, we can make our borders stronger, our communities safer, our schools better, our families happier, our citizens wealthier, and our country freer, 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 and more exceptional than ever before. We will work together, and we will absolutely, without question, make America great again. God bless you all, and do a great job, and go home and watch the hockey game. It should be interesting. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Thank you.